What's up, everyone? It is I, your overlord, Omammer. That's right, your favorite slime tentacle abomination has returned to you on this lovely Tuesday evening. And well, I can't say I'm not sick anymore, but I'm feeling better, for the most part. I'm mostly better. Anyway, so, we will be getting back to playing Disco Elysium in the last 3/4 of the stream. But for the first 1/4 of the stream, I want to try something a little different. This is an idea that I've talked about doing, and I was kind of starting before the whole Dragon Age Veilguard stream thing started. But basically, I kind of want to spend the first like 30 minutes to an hour of streams just trying to create something. And so one of the first ideas I had for this is, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a VTuber. I rigged this character myself in Live 2D after, well, designing is a strong word. Well, I guess I designed this character, sort of. I had a lot of inspiration from some specific Pokemon that will remain unnamed, but you can probably figure out from the character name that I've gone with. Anyway, so I had the idea that, I could probably make other characters and rig them. And I might even be good at it. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not an artist. I have never been all that good at it, and yes, I have tried a couple times. It's just never been a thing that I've been able to, like, develop into a full skill. And I don't know if that's like I was missing some vital instruction, or if I was just too stubborn to listen at the time, or, whatever the case was. I just never quite figured it out. So I say all that to say that I'm hoping that I can give some hope to anyone who watches me doing this, that, you might be able to pull something off if you put a little bit of effort into it. So anyway, let me go ahead and pull up over here, and let me explain kind of my... One moment, is this working? Should have checked that before stream started, but yes, it's working. Anyway, so my kind of thought process is what I want to mimic, because this is a thing that I think I could do probably. What I want to mimic is, there was a certain style of character design that was really prevalent in like the early 2000s, like Western cartoons. I'm thinking like who would have been some hallmarks of this style? Danny Phantom, Kim Possible, Jake Long, the American Dragon, Teen Titans, the original Teen Titans, well, original. The 2003 Teen Titans series would have had a lot of this kind of inspiration. And what I'm talking about is, like, there was this era of character design. Let me just pull up. Let's see, where's the... This is the one that I saw that I think most closely resemble, or maybe it was this one. Yeah, this is the one that was the Danny Phantom model sheet from 2002. Let me just open image and new tag. I don't think that... Yeah, this is the same thing. Whatever. The point is that, like, the characters all have... They're relatively detailed. Let me... Relatively detailed, but also very simplistic designs and shapes. Like, you've got a face that has, well, it's not super complex, but you've got eyes that are more than one color. You've got eyebrows that are more than one color. Hair with some basic shading. Uh, Mouth that has maybe not fully kitted out, but it's got some stuff going on, right? It's not just like it's not a stock shape, you know what I mean? But it's all still very simple and very easy to replicate over and over again. And you've got these kinds of things, but you've also got spaghetti arms and legs. That was a major staple. Like even we go over here. This is not like a stylistically they're kind of similar, but not necessarily the same in very many ways. And yet you still have these kind of basic arms. Actually, her arms are not all that spaghetti shaped. Um, but the face style you can see is kind of similar. Anyway, this is what I think would be interesting to try and replicate as like a VTuber base. And so I don't know exactly how viable this will be, but I'm gonna go for it. And so the kind of things that we want to go by here, I'm just gonna go ahead and copy, paste. Please. Please don't do this to me. Thank you. Oh yeah, how do I turn the there's a thing that lets you turn off the show bleed. Nope, that's not it. Show margins, show grid, show tools, nope, that's not it. I figured this out a while ago on accident, and now I can't remember it. Was it a keybind? Oh, that's an interesting one. I didn't know we had this before. How do I turn that off? Ah, got it. Okay. I might have to Google that real quick. But yeah, all these kind of characters have these like I mean, I'm sure if you're familiar with this kind of thing, you get the idea of a turnaround or a style sheet. I need to Google view objects outside of artboard. I'm sick. I want to if you tick the Let me see. And they removed the video. Of course they did. Let's see. Clip to canvas is what it's called. Do I see that as an option? Yeah, that's what we want. How do I... I know there's a hotkey for this because I accidentally activated it on another project. So I just need to know how to activate it. Nope, that's not it. If anyone knows what this is called, then I would love to just be able to move on with this. This is wild that they don't just have a thing for this. What is it bound to? View mode. There we go. Clip to canvas. Ah, I see. There we go. Anyway, let me go back now to putting the inspiration board together. Let's see, what's another example of this that I mentioned? Teen Titans, right? Yeah, again, this one has more complex arms, but a lot of them didn't. That's not the... I didn't lose connection, did I? Because, yeah, Teen Titans Go kind of takes on the characteristics of a following era, not really the... This would be more... Oh, this is literally someone reimagining it as a Star versus the Forces of Evil character. Different iterations over time. Oh yeah, y'all hear like WB Games got shut down? It's messed up. Not surprising, but messed up. Now, Beast Boy, out of all the characters, I feel most embodies this like sort of style that I'm talking about. Actually, we really don't need any of this, do we? Sorry, I'm just putting together a mood board real quick. I don't know that I'm gonna be working on this for like an hour a day, so like, or an hour a stream. So it may be slow progress at first, since I've not really done something like this before. And also, I don't know, I might have to do some of this on the other computer, which is gonna make this awkward. Because the other computer, I can't run VTube Studio and OBS at the same time. But the other computer is the one that has my drawing tablet hooked up to it, and I don't have room for it on this desk. This is another reason that I really just need to get a new computer as soon as possible, so that I can unify my workspaces and not have all this random junk spread across so much different space. I may have already lost a few files because of, I'm not sure though. Hopefully I'm wrong. Anyway, what's another example? My life as a teenage robot. What was the main character's name on this show? I can't remember. But yeah, this is the same basic kind of deal, right? Wait, 2002 to 2023? This went on way longer than I thought. Or is it one of those things where they got a reboot? They probably got a reboot, didn't they? Yeah, 3 seasons over 6 years. One unfortunate thing about a lot of these, they didn't have a lot of the like finalized ones didn't have the characters like just doing a basic pose, right? Like, well, this one did. This might be the thing to grab. It is fun going through and just looking at old shows' character artwork. It's like, you know what I mean? Because like you get to understand kind of how these characters are, like the design, the thought process behind the designs. A little bit. Anyway, I only saw a few episodes of this show, but remember it being a pretty good one, and it was, it was popular, right? Everyone who watched it liked it, basically. What's another? One moment. Maybe getting a look at one of the humans from this would be perhaps a better reference. Right, but yes, actually this is really, really good for the kind of thing I'm trying to demonstrate, because they've got a lot of the time they'll go with this kind of like angular drawing, right? That's really easy, but also that's a spaghetti arm. That's spaghetti arm. And I don't actually want all this stuff in frame when we're... And I'm not trying to like model these characters, so I don't care too much about all this stuff, but what's another show that would have had... Oh, Foster's. Now, this didn't have as many human characters, but among the ones that it did have, you can see that they've got really kind of the same thing going on here. What was her name? Now, of all these shows, there's only a few that... Frankie, that's right. There's only a few that I actually like had the opportunity to watch, and this was one of them, and it's a good show. I think this must be an older one, because, well, I mean, it's fairly accurate to the show. Maybe not quite a complete character design, but that show was in production forever, right? Or I don't know. Some of these things feel like that they were in the works for a lot longer than they were, or that they were on TV for longer than they were. But some of that was just like, oh, season 1 with 12 episodes aired in 2001, and then they did reruns of that season for a year and a half before they finally got new episodes out. Right? Uh, and besides that, the humans were not really the focus of the show. It was the imaginary friends, right? And they got to be all kinds of weird and wacky designs, but They all still kind of follow the same principles. They're just not what I need right now, you know? Need I. What's one more male reference I could get real quick? So we got a. Ooh, Timmy Turner. Well, that's a kid. Oh, Vicky's. But I want a male one. I guess gender doesn't matter that much, but like. This is the one that I think I should go back and like try and find a watch somewhere. Would it be on Paramount? Maybe. I could probably borrow my mom's Paramount account and see. Oh, Tucker. There we go. This is tiny. Maybe my document's just massive. It's probably both. Little column A, little column B. Oh, I know what we could do. He's actually got kind of complicated hands for the era, you know? Is that all they had for a model sheet for him, really? Maybe it was just never made public. Whatever. Still, still works as a reference. So, okay, I'm actually gonna drag this in here real quick because I want to use it to demonstrate something that I learned when I took a traditional animation class in college that I failed because I that class was a lot, and I had like there was only a few semesters in college where I actually tried to take like a full class workload, and once you get up to a certain point in like complexity and dedication, that just didn't work for me because like you know, and traditional animation was one where you have to dedicate so much time to this if you just aren't getting good at it, and I wasn't getting good at it. But anyway, that's not the important part right now. So you can kind of see here that most of these images, the head roughly ends around the same place, right? And the body is gonna be something like 3 heads tall, maybe four, 3.5, something like that. Actually, we can. That's not gonna be so easy in this one, is it? And let's align to the inside. There we go. And that way I can get rid of this. We're going to use this box here to demonstrate. Oops. Gonna have to lock all these things down so they don't keep accidentally messing with them. Maybe if I just go by the head and not the hair, I can demonstrate this better. Also, I'm going to give this a little more. There we go. Now I can grab it easier. Yeah, see, that's a little closer there. Not quite, but pretty close. Maybe if I can... You know, I'm not going to mess with this too much, but like basically, if you crop out the hair and include the neck, the body and the legs are roughly, not quite, but roughly the same size, right? And I think that's going to be the case if we go and try this on one of the other characters too. Maybe not perfect, but really not perfect with him. She's actually a little longer, so... But yeah, that's kind of the thing that I was taught, is that you want basically for your head, body, feet to take up kind of either 3 or 4, depending on what you're going for. Danny, I think, might actually work with 4. Let's see here. Just want kind of the head and neck. Boom. Nope, he's still 3. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, we don't actually need all these rectangles. If I can get this snapping. For whatever reason, this is not enabled by default, no matter how many times I set it. Something like this, maybe. So something you'll see with all these characters, I'm going to start with the head, and that might be... And I'm really just kind of working on a character base right now. I'm not necessarily all that worried about... What was I looking for here? I need something over here. Not super worried about all the character details yet, because I kind of want a thing that I can build on over time, if that makes sense. Something maybe something that I can use for more than one character, ideally. What was I? Right. So we're going to get some details in, but not necessarily a whole bunch. So it's going to be a challenge to rig with these. Actually, it might be easier to start with a square. Where's the node tool? There you are. So the kind of thing I want to do first is this front-facing view. I might actually have to sketch something out. But we're going to try and do this the old-fashioned way, the vector artist way first. Which is probably not a good way to do it, but, you know, I'm working within my skills for the moment. Also, it's less fun if we have to go and we can work with something like this. It's okay. Kind of like, can I actually draw? Thank you. Kind of the idea here. Maybe it would have been fine to start with a circle. I don't know. But the thing I'd always kind of been taught when working with, like, and again, I probably internalized a lot of this wrong, but when you're working with like a anime character, you want to start with a kind of circular shape, more rounded, and then you want to draw a not a literal triangle, but kind of a triangular jaw on top of it, and then if you were to convert this to curves and then merge it with, merge these shapes like so, then you've got something kind of resembling a, now obviously this is horribly disfigured down here, but if it wasn't, then you'd have something kind of resembling a face, right? Then I might want to, there you go, now that's a face. I'm actually going to give these a fill. But if you look at a lot of these human characters that we have here, the style of the era was to actually give them kind of a flat forehead. or the head itself wasn't necessarily, well, in some cases it was actually flat, but like it was more, it looks flat because you've got kind of angular shapes for your hair, and that creates this like sharp contrast here where the head like meets the hair. Sharp lines for that, and so it all just looks flat. Even here on the front one. Not so much on these, I guess. These are a lot more high production value for the era. Warner Brothers put a lot of money into their superhero shows at the time. Your Justice League, your Static Shock, Batman Beyond, Teen Titans. Obviously, they weren't even all like. Well, some of them were connected. Not all of them were stylistically like connected. But you know, what are you gonna do? Actually, these might look good if they were smooth as well. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why I still have this, but whoops. So I think we're kind of going for a more like guy face right now. Maybe I gotta do it. Yeah. Because like girl characters, they all have more rounded features. Well, except Shigo. Well, I guess she's still got much more rounded features than like Danny over here. She's just got the evil person chin, right? Like a lot of the guy characters, they have those like angular facial features. It's the era, you know. I love the mimic that they mimic the like oh, what am I thinking? A Mickey Mouse, like 1920s era Mickey Mouse type cartoons. Y'all know those. I was just playing Epic Mickey recently. Oh my god. Epic Mickey is one of the games of all time. Like y'all don't understand with this one. Cuz he's designed to look more like, you know, classic 1928 Mickey Mouse. Here we go. Well, I guess even these, they've got the. This is what I was thinking of, though. It's kind of this design right here. And through the years, you can see. Can I get a. I just want to zoom in on this picture more. Sorry, I'm getting real distracted, but like. When this style was more or less introduced, that was kind of a depiction of the light, I think. If I'm understanding it correctly. Man, it was in the 1940s that we really got Mickey Mouse as we know him today, isn't it? Love that design. Classic. Classic. Unforgettable. Anyway. So this might actually... This would work for something else, maybe. I'm not going to get rid of that yet. I'm going to turn it off for now. The frontal view is important, so that's what I'm gonna try and start with here, I think. I don't think we want our guy to have a lot of neck, actually. Oops. So we need to turn the stroke down on these to, like, not nearly as high as it is. Stroke. Let's set them down to, like, 2. Actually, 10? 7? 7's good. Let's go with 7 for now. Yeah, there we go. What kind of ears should this guy have? A lot of these characters would have probably had just something basic like this. What's with these guys with the swirly ears? Up here we've got more of like a, just like a nub. Then you come over to the DC Comics characters and they've got like actual fleshed out ears. This would have been really high end for this style for the era, you know? I think we've established this is probably going to be a guy character. So we probably want something more square for the body as well. I thought I had a turn around to one of these characters as well. Whatever. We don't need it right now. Let's see if we can get a sense of... Just different characters all work a little differently, you know, but like even within the same show, you can kind of see here Tucker's head is significantly bigger in proportion to his body, whereas Danny's head is only a little smaller than his shoulders. Then again, he's supposed to be the big, strong superhero type character, right? So that kind of makes sense for him. And you come up here to this guy, and it's a little obscured because he's not standing quite straight, but his head's also a lot bigger than the body would have been. So we're going to bring this in just a little bit. And if we need more width on him, we can add it back in the shoulders. And also, there's supposed to be like a way to warp. That's what I need, is a warp. Layer. There we go. No, that's not quite right either, is it? What did that do? See, this is the frustrating thing about like learning different software, is sometimes you'll come across a thing and not realize until you're in the thick of it that, oh, this thing that you can do in another program you can't do over here actually. This thing that you're used to being able to do just doesn't exist here. Which, I don't know if you noticed, that kind of sucks. So what I can do, I guess, is we'll just come in here, do it on 1/2. Flip it. Now, if I merge these, there we go. Perfectly symmetrical. Just like we want our guy to be. Can actually bring that out. Actually, let's leave it how it was. For now. We'll probably come in here and do a lot more to this once we've got an actual, like, character concept to work off of, you know? I'm actually going to drag that down a little. Make him a little bit longer. Longer of a boy. Now we need to make the kind of hips area. Because we probably want to come back out a little bit at the hips. Not necessarily too much. That's not always the way to go. You can kind of see a lot of these characters have a break point from the bottom of the torso, the hips, and then the legs. With him, it's this like white undershirt that's peeking out under his black, what is that, a vest, I guess? With her, she's got this kind of metal skirt thing. And I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. Probably a lot of that has to do with a thing that makes animation a lot easier when you're doing when you're trying to produce a show fast. A lot of what you do will still end up being traditional animation, but if you've got some basic scenes that can be kind of pulled off with you know, a rigged character, then people are going to rig the character, and that's not necessarily how you get these kind of sharp angular designs, but it does help with that. um But like here, when you have a thing like this, it makes it so that if you need this character to like step in off the screen, then you could potentially just have the legs rigged to do one thing and then stretch out your bones. And I'm trying to think of an example of something like, but you know how you there if you like cartoons, then you've probably seen a thing where someone's foot will come in from way off screen and then their whole body will be dragged on along behind them. There's kind of a thing as they spring into place, right? You can actually you can actually rig that kind of animation. I don't know that it always looks better rigged than it does if you just do the traditional animation style, but hey, when you got to produce things fast and cheap, then because like what was the space ghost joke where that one cricket the man it's been forever since I've seen Space Ghost Coast to Coast, but like there's the guy who's like, hey, every time I move my arm it costs the studio $42. And he didn't even move it that much. And it may not even literally be every time he moves his arm, you know, because they can reuse animations. And they probably did reuse animation a lot on Space Ghost Coast to Coast. If y'all know about that show, you know exactly what I mean. Yeah, let's make that neck even thinner. Anyway, I think let's start with kind of a ball shape here, actually. And merge. Perfect. I might also put ball joints up here where the shoulders are going to be attached, but it's not going to look quite right if I do that, so I might not do that, actually. So anyway, now you'll notice right after this point, we got kind of a break point here in the so we want to design kind of that break point. I mean, we'll design that once we have an outfit to put on top of this. I haven't even thought through what kind of character I'm doing yet. I just kind of want to have a base to work off of so that I can make a few different kinds of guys. The nice thing is we have a wide variety of types of feet we can have. The era was not very specific about feet, which I love because we got these kind of spaghetti noodle legs, and then we got whatever the heck is going on with Tucker, and then we got this is even weirder. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think this one's even weirder. Or we got Kim Possible, who's actually got the opposite thing going on because she's got like the tiny body, right? And her breakpoint is the beginning of these really baggy jeans. So that's fun. Anyway, if we're standing here looking straight forward, we probably don't actually... Maybe I want to... we're running out of time. I want to finish at least one leg. Let's just go with a basic foot shape for now. We need this to come out here. Boom. Perfect. Why are you not filled? Well, it's a start. I think we can, I think I will be able to work with this. We might be able to make some early 2000s animation, like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network style VTubers with a base like this eventually. That'll be fun. Anyway, I think that's enough of that for now. Let's see. Let's just call this 2000s VTuber base for now. We can come through here and refine this later, you know? Anyway, so it is past 7 o'clock, which means time is up on that. Let me transition back over here real quick. And actually, I'm going to need to come in and do some stuff in... let me just... You know what? Actually, screw this. I'm going to go to the will be back screen real quick. And then we'll be back. I've got to change the title and change the title and category, announce that we are moving on to videos game, you know, the basics. So I'll see you in a few minutes. This won't take long. Also, next time we do this, hopefully I will actually have some music ready. Actually, I can't promise that because I'm going to be doing this Saturday and Friday too, so... Anyway. Alright, that business is all taken care of. Let's go. Game is booting up right now. It will hopefully not take too long. And hopefully it won't crash like that one time. I love it when my games don't crash, don't you? Anyway. So yeah. Hopefully y'all had fun with me as I was going down some old memories of the old cartoons from when I was but a child. It would be cool though if I could like actually manage to make some VTuber models that replicated that era of like Danny Phantom, Teenage Robot, you know, those like old Nickelodeon shows. I love that kind of thing. Foster's. Where's the game? Well, so that's great. The game didn't even manage to launch before it closed itself this time. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Perfect, perfect. By the way, am I on the right? Yes, I am. Cool. So anyway, yeah, tonight I'm thinking we will probably manage to confront Ruby, which means that we're basically in the end game, but there's a few things I want to do first. And so we're going to do those. I don't want to waste the whole stream just doing that stuff, but like, we'll get to confronting Ruby, and then we'll have to deal with a bloodbath, and then we'll get to go out to the island, and and that'll be the end of the game. I still haven't found the one piece of armor yet. I'm not going to look it up. If I don't find it, I don't find it. But I'm kind of afraid I've missed my chance. But we're into it now, so let's get going. So, first on today's agenda, we have to convince Kim Katsuragi to play Catan with us. Or what is it called in this game? Suzerainty? Yeah. We gotta get him to do that. What's up?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Catch you later, Cindy. Let's see. Look for Ruby on the coast. Determine where the shot came from. Return to the dead body with Kim. Find the murder weapon. Find all armor pieces. We are so close to being done with this video's game. The only thing I have left to do is find that last armor piece, and I don't think I'm going to do it if we're being real. What do we have here? Ooh, new book. Maybe something to read tomorrow. Waves crashing in the darkness. Also, I think I'm done with the speed. I don't think I'll need drugs anymore. I think I'm good without drugs now. Starting today, or tonight, we are done with drugs. Hypothetically. Anyway, was there anything else I needed to do tonight? I can't remember now. I got my gun back, right? And I've got 2 bullets for it. Yeah. I got 2 shots. I got my gun. I got organized with the communists. Yeah, I think all I have to do now is go to bed. Or is there any checks that I can do that I couldn't complete before? Nope, Suno still won't work. I gotta be ready for this, right? If I can put 1 more point into it, then I will feel confident that I can do it. Wait, I have points? Was there something I was saving these for? Yes, there was. This is probably gonna make me worse at something, but that's fine. Wait, no, I need to fast travel to the Fisherman's Shacks, where I'm sleeping tonight.
It's getting late.
Yeah, I know, it's getting late. That's why I'm entering the shack.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
I'm not gonna be able to learn the origin of the expression, but that's okay.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Let's go to sleep. Probably my final sleep in this town.
It feels almost like home now. Quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
Yay.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until they're suddenly light.
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
Is this the last dream?
No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you, Darkness. Thank you.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Ah, finally a night of deep, uninterrupted sleep.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
I'm healing.
Go.
The world is healing. Harry is getting it together. Look at that. His morale is healing. Get up. Your time has come. Kim, good morning. It's time. Where is it? Not you. You.
The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly awkward in your hands. You give it a light shake and feel the pieces shift around inside.
Let's go.
What
Yes!
is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives.
Come on, Kim. It might help us think of more creative solutions to the case.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber is just what's in order.
He would have taken literally any excuse.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
I've read the rules already. I'll show you.
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi.
Heck yeah, cocaine.
There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later.
Now we're gonna finish the whole thing now.
The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Alright, detective. Your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Let's try to fulfill a contract.
You draw a contract card offering a number of coins in exchange for archaeological treasures. You place all your workers on the Ilmarat territory. On your next turn, you produce 6 units of archaeological treasure and fulfill the contract for a handful of coins.
Yeah, man, we're making money.
As he completes his own contract card, the lieutenant is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Glower silently.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a satisfied grin. Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. What do you do?
We picked our strategy at the beginning. We're gonna focus on our labor contracts.
Who cares about workers or territories when the real action is in Revachol? You spend your turns fulfilling contracts for sweet coins and one-time bonuses. After several turns, you have a neat pile of cardboard coins and several units of archaeological treasure, which you trade in to build a museum. You place a cylindrical piece of wood on the Revachol section in the middle of the board. It's meant to stand in for a beautifully adorned edifice filled with ancient wonders.
Nice.
Well played, detective. That museum is worth 3 victory points.
Heck yeah.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safri territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. How can you let the lieutenant dominate you like that? You need to hit back, and hard. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens.
Yeah, we always need cocaine tokens, am I right, guys?
You
Everyone
draw
knows
a
that
new
feeling.
Contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory points.
Nice.
Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together like cocaine and rock music. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
Rock and roll, baby.
It takes several turns, but you slowly begin accumulating the cocaine necessary to complete the contract. When you do, it practically rains cardboard coins on your side. Feels good, doesn't it? But you know what would feel even better?
Winning the game?
Drugs. Specifically uppers. You should find some the first chance you get.
Oh, I've got plenty. Don't worry about it.
While you daydream about speed, the lieutenant has built himself a formidable economic engine of his own. The end game is upon you. How will you spend the vast resources you've acquired for the glory of the suzerain? Flipping through the manual, you find the most expensive structure in the game, the Revacholian victory column, worth 12 victory points. If you can successfully build it, victory would be all but assured. Alternatively, you could try launching a trade war to crush the lieutenant's economy, or you could blow all that money on a public education system for your worker tokens. The choice is yours.
Hmm. We gotta go for the win, right? For Almighty Revachol.
Using the substantial coins and resources you've accumulated from diligently fulfilling contracts and constructing trade routes, you spend your final turns constructing the ultimate structure in the game, the Revacholian Victory Column. With a triumphant flourish, you remove a rectangular token from one of the satchels and place it next to your museum cylinder in the center of the board.
This feels strangely anticlimactic.
That's the problem with certain games. At some point, they just end, as though no one expected the players to make it that far. Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score.
Let's go.
35 victory points. The suzerain will be extremely pleased.
Nice.
I've got 26 points. Looks like you won convincingly. Well played, detective.
Thank you.
Now let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you.
Well, that wasn't as exciting as I hoped it would be, but hey, we got there. We did the thing. Detective Costo. Gotta waste just a little more time. But that's okay, I've got one more book to read.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekatina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow.
Feels heavy.
Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead.
Is it?
It would do that in Grad.
How long is this book anyway?
You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long.
What's the back cover say?
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author.
What's she look like?
She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. And yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows.
Heck yeah, teenage rebellion.
As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes.
What happens next?
It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure?
Yes.
Fuck it. Do it. It can't be worse than what you've already felt.
Read 10 more pages.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence.
Well, that sucks.
He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft.
And the woman?
She spends the next several decades.
How funny would it be if someone had like 2 hit points left and they decided to read this and it literally killed them to read this book?
Slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
This is terrible.
As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret. Good stuff. I fucking loved this.
I didn't. What the heck? Anyway. We should probably move on. I gotta go to the Fritta and get whatever medicinal supplies I can at this point, I think. Ayo? Did Cindy do some artwork? Good for her. Good for her. Let's see, it's this one, right?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
And that's all I can afford. So, after I literally physically hurt myself reading a book, are we any closer to internalizing Detective Cousteau? Yes, very close indeed. Is there anything else to do in the hotel? The old whirling in rags. The Union's here. How are you doing, my friend?
Hi again, Gendarme.
Tell me again about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
Okay, I guess I've already got all this information.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I live here. My room's right upstairs. I don't know what I'm doing here. I just go wherever life takes me.
Maybe you should figure it out, detective.
Nah. Anyway, talk to you later.
Gendarme.
Hello, sir.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Yeah, the church is actually my past. Oh, yeah, the church is actually my love. Things are really bad with it.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Clage in room 3. She nicked the phone line.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
Well, anyway, mystery solved.
Yeah, neither do I. Thank you for telling me, I guess. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it.
There's something else I want to ask about.
Yes?
Goodbye. Tell me about Detective Cousteau. It's me.
Monsieur Cousteau, the reward for coming up with your classy new name has arrived. What are the attributes Detective Cousteau should gain in? Obviously, savoir-faire and esprit de corps. You know exactly what they do and what those words mean. They're refined, like you. You have a ton of that fancy stuff. And if the world can't accept Raphael Ambrosius is your name, you will always be Detective Cousteau to yourself. R.A. Cousteau, sophisticated culture detective, specializes in ancient things and art.
Yeah. +1 savior fare and +1 esprit de corps. Yeah, we got the boost we wanted anyway. Love that. Let's go check this stuff out one more time. I don't think there's anything else to learn back here, but like, you know, I just want to know.
The machine is dead and silent.
Dang. Clage's still here, right? I don't think she leaves until after the confrontation, unless you threaten to arrest her.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Why do I feel like you've won here?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
She smiles. A bitter little smile. She means it.
This turns out well for you. You've slipped past all suspicion.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
The rain falls on her shoulders, tinting her blonde hair light brown. It smells of industrial pollution and brine.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
What are you contained for, then?
For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
Something seems off with this theory I've developed about Ruby. The dried flowers on the roof, did Ruby leave them? They don't fit with anything.
The what? Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her.
Something seems off with my theory about Ruby.
I don't know what to say.
It all seems fortuitous for you.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
It's turned out well enough for you, though. You managed to avoid becoming a suspect.
Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me, then? What I managed was to get him killed. I'm the love that does people in, remember?
Sure.
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add.
That's it then, I
nods,
guess.
Slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Let's return later. Okay. Oh, wait, no, not you. We're leaving. I think that's everything we needed to do with the whirling. It's really too bad I couldn't find that last piece of armor. But who needs leggings anyway? Van Eyck totally transcendent. Arno Van Eyck. Yeah, we internalized something about that guy. Kuno, this may be the last time we speak.
Does Kuno care?
The boy turns to you. He doesn't care. Okay, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kuno S, I know you don't like me, but it's been a pleasure.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real.
I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Walk away. It ain't worth it. Kuno's gonna have a heart attack. Why is Kuno gonna have a heart attack? He has nothing to be concerned about at this point in his life, other than the fact that he doesn't have a home and his dad sucks. One moment, I forgot I don't have my best tools out. There we go.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
This Dick Mullen book fell apart before I got to the end. Do you have another copy?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one, but unfortunately, it's the last copy we had in stock.
Well, that's okay. I'm out of money anyway.
She calls that customer service.
Farewell. I would say it's been a pleasure, but it hasn't. You suck. Let's see. Anyone else we need to say goodbye to? Do you have anything I can sell real quick for some quick cash? I don't think so. I mean, I could sell the production schedule, but seems wrong. Somehow, you know? I think maybe we just go confront Ruby. Unless does someone here just know where the last piece of armor is? Could tell me or something? Hello, child.
Hello, mister.
Do you know anyone named Ruby?
Ruby. Ruby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then Uller.
Kids.
Bye.
Is that the Phasmid? It looks like the Phasmid, leaning against the wall.
Where?
Wait. What if this is the fishing rod situation all over again?
What fishing rod situation? Try. You're not gonna be fooled again. Let's observe it.
Fine. It's not a Phasmid. It's not even organic. Just a fire iron resting by the fireplace. But where's your sense of wonder, man?
Forget about the fire iron. Why'd we autosave in that kid's house? Seems like a weird place to autosave. See, it's this building up here, right? Feld Electrics. Yes, this is the right one. Let's go. I am going to teleport up this ladder.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
I can do this, guys. I can totally do this. One moment.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All
yes.
you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
I totally forgot to put on a Save Your Fair outfit. Do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I did it, Kim. I teleported.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, I didn't.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
What do we got here? Central support beam has been destroyed by our artillery fire. Or maybe it was destroyed by facts and logic, you don't know. What's this? Stones fall. It's a long way down. Yeah, that's why we're taking the stairs. You think I'm gonna jump? Do I look stupid to you? What do we have here? Glass covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Hey, look, a letter. Oh, postcard. Perfect. Don't mind if I do. So what am I gonna do if we end up beating this tonight? I don't know, I guess we could spend whatever time's left on Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Randomizer. Should take out your flashlight. Nah. Okay, fine. Collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. What do we have here? Covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Crawling in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal. What's this? Oh, that's where I came in. I see. Amazing that I fit through that. What do we have? Series of thick, dusty panes of glass.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
These are computer components?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
How'd they do that? And why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
Rip. What do we have here? Ooh, new coat. I'm more suggestive when I'm wearing this coat. Please ignore that I just said that. I don't like that I just said that. Crevice in the wall. What do we have back here? Stale fabric and smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures. Same slit window you saw from the outside.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary?
Peek out.
Outside the window, another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker.
Would this have been a good hideout for a sniper?
It's a good place to hide, but doesn't look like anyone has stayed here in a while.
Is it feasible to hit a target from the whirling rags from this window?
No, it's not. No matter how you crane your neck, you can't see the whole of the whirling in rags. And certainly not the relevant segment of the top floor.
So this one isn't it. Ooh. I gotta put this on. Immediately.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
This is a new Shankov hat. Right? Pat the hat.
Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
I do like it, thank you. What about this? Those pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. Perfect.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off.
Years
He deserves
of
better.
Dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
I don't know what any of that means. But it doesn't look like our sniper was here. That's the important thing for now. boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appears more worn than the other. Something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. I need to find a way to let Kim in before I go any further. How can we... Aha! Hey look, here's Kim.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get this door open.
Push the doors open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Excuse me. Well, I've already failed. Let's see. I think I've already looked around everywhere I could down here. Look for Ruby on the coast. Let's get back to looking. Tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. Heck. Wonder if Ruby has the last piece of armor. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. Now would probably be a good time to quick save.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
I saw them too, footprints with the right sole, worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We still don't know the full extent of Everett's plans. I told Joyce maybe we should see Everett again.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
We did solve the strike deadlock by telling Joyce about the Union's plans.
I still don't think that's a good idea. But yes, our affairs with the Wild Pines are in order, since she isn't in Martinez anymore.
Someone's been a very busy boy. Good on
Excuse me. How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks.
What do you think is waiting for us in there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Well, maybe we wait then. What kind of outfit should I wear into the final confrontation? What's hurting my shivers? You? No. Do I just have a permanent negative to shivers? No, it's you. Okay. Oh yeah, we're heading this way. Before we go any further, I want to go back and have one more conversation with good old everybody's favorite boy, the Union leader, Mr. Everett Clare. He helped me find my gun, you know. It was so nice of him, really. Did it out of the kindness of his heart. Also, this will be my last chance to try and open that door with rhetoric, so I think... Can I even put points in rhetoric? I can't. What a shame. And I don't even have any cigarettes, so I couldn't do it that way either. What's this? What do you mean unions are a scam? You're a scam. Van Eyck Overdrive. Now that I've internalized Arno Van Eyck, I see him everywhere. Funny how that works, isn't it? Anyway, so off to go see our guy, our real union man of the people himself, Mr. Clare. Noticed Leo wasn't up there. It's interesting. Wonder what he's up to.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon? Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
His jaw is clenched, and his quadruple chin is quivering with hatred. This is decades of hatred speaking right now.
Well, I don't know what bacteria looks like, so I can't answer that question.
You get a sinking feeling.
No, it looked like a boat sailing away from the coast. I don't understand. What do you mean?
Don't worry, Harry. He does. At least I think he does.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck.
Now I know why you've been so forthcoming.
No, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real.
If you say so. So how do you know she left?
Harry, I bugged her cabin. I bugged her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap. But my boys advised against it.
Why would they advise against it?
While Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
So you've been listening to our conversations this whole time?
Not me personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me.
The Hardy Boys?
Hell no. They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my real boys. My special task force boys.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi.
So this was the plan all along.
Harry, I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly.
But you did want me to relay info to her.
I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up.
Thanks for letting me play a part, Everett.
Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself.
But she's insane like me.
She's not insane. What did she tell you?
She said she had this... she told me she's over-radiated from pale transit.
No, she's not. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of those upper-class winos. Just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective.
If that's what it takes, I'll do it. For the working class.
Don't just say it, Harry. Do it. We gotta be more disciplined than they are, or we'll lose.
And you've already lost for so long.
She did... So, what's gonna happen now?
What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
You could have told me. I would have been on board.
Harry, when I need to tell people, I might as well do it myself. That's why I like initiative. And inspiring initiative. It's more natural that way.
If you say so.
You knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you. Inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history.
It does make sense when you put it like that.
Damn right it does, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, Detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
No, I'm putting it in. Viva la Revolution.
Just look at the 3 of us. The 3 careless boyaderos. Good times, good times.
So what now?
Now there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today?
Look, my gun.
My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You can't imagine how pleased I am the 2 of you are reunited.
Thank you for helping me find it.
Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up?
Not at all.
I knew you could handle it. I know my special policeman. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right and armed again, Harry. Now, what can Everett Clare do for you?
I have a few more questions about the harbor.
I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what's on your mind?
Never mind.
Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
I'm going to leave now, but I think we might talk again later. This is a lie. I'm never coming back here. Let us go, Kim. We have work to do. Oh, wait, no, Leo is here. Hi, Leo.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
Leo, can we keep this greeting shorter?
Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
Leo, you seem to know everyone around here. Can I ask you something?
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
Tell me about this Edgar guy you keep talking about.
Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. But a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say.
Huh.
All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the Union. But last year, he spent a whole winter in South Africa.
Huh.
Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
Tell me about Manana.
He's a Union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everett sometimes.
Huh.
Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better.
Oil for the wheels. Much needed in stressful times like these.
What about Measurehead?
Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that.
Who cares what he thinks?
Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some Union men. Heh, I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that.
What about Titus Hardy?
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly sort, old Titus is.
Have we been talking... Are we talking about the same Titus? Titus Hardy? Okay, tell me about Everett.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister.
Tell me about Renee.
The night guard. He was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk all that much. He died recently. Something with his ticker.
Yeah, I heard.
Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
That's it, actually. Maybe I should have asked about Renee when he was alive. Maybe I could have solved that composure check. But alas. I need the communist hat back on. It just completes the look, you know? Yeah, I've now said 38 communist things. Well, 37, and I put on the hat. So, the hat itself counts as saying something communist, apparently. Which, you know, cool. Good for the hat. Let's get out of here. I think this time we will actually go and confront Ruby. It is time to end this. And then maybe we can play some Sonic Adventure 2 Battle with a randomizer on. Y'all like randomizers, right? Map. And we're off. Back to the Feld Electrics building. I mean, the real nice thing about the randomizer is that it comes with chat commands. That's why I periodically return to that game, you know? Good for the old community building and morale. As long as it works. Sometimes it just stops working. And usually when it stops working, the entire game stops working and I have to restart it. But you know, the number of things that cause that thing to crash. Truly astounding. What do we got over here? We got some barrels over here. And a thing to check. Ooh, money. Nice. More money. Nice. Concrete pipe buried in the sand and dust. It feels strange. Yep.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
That sounds agonizing.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to.
Does she?
Doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Ugh.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
What's happening to me?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
It's the Ulan frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
I know everything.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
The torment
He's doing good.
Kuragi is experiencing is worse than your own, but he's slowly beginning to recover.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
Ugh.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
Okay.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
What's the pale anyway?
The pale? It's the end of the world.
That's great at all, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
Could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Can't. I really don't know if I can. Are we looking for a deal on mattresses, guys?
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Okay.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
Good, good.
Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
Did you shoot him?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
Sure it does.
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
You're right. Claude was the first to share suspicions.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws. but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took a lot of convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them a little.
Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just kind of stumbled down here.
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
Did you leave the flowers for Claude on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
They weren't flowers, they were symbols of a revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Okay, so you didn't leave the Maybells.
No, I did not.
Would you say that Lely was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
Damn, she got me there.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I have other questions then.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when he was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation shows that it's just enough time. Just barely.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Look, there's a secret way from the first floor of the whirling onto the roof.
Don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
What about the drugs you're running?
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too.
No.
It really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union. I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
I might
There's
be.
a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How do you know we were
I
coming?
heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I was staying there for the past few nights.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
So, if it wasn't you, who?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Clausia didn't want to turn the lamp on. She was afraid of another shot.
What happened then? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
This woman has seen people OD. Glacia wasn't quite there yet, so why worry?
She said you knew something wrong was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you manage to come up with a plan? It's pretty weird that you came up with this plan on the spot.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Showerhead. Resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Wait, do you think she did it then?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now.
What do you mean?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
I've heard of this guy. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to know all about this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What do you do to this guy anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout?
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Alright. This is gonna be my only chance to do this. Heck yeah. The machine's going down. Come on, you can do it, Harry.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again.
You okay, Kim?
Still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Don't do this. Man, if only I was good enough to open a door with rhetoric.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger down.
But she doesn't deserve to die like this.
A smirk crosses her face as she watches you stand there, mute. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
She killed herself. I failed to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Okay, what do we do now?
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
What you got? Now I got her gun too. Nice. No other way out. She really was cornered. Good, good. Oh, we got in here. Ooh, money. Cooking utensils.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Is this really supposed to be red? It doesn't look red to me.
It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. You see a rolled up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Okay, let's do it.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
It's a notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers.
Mine now. Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections. all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
What kinds of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Perfect.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything of a personal nature in here?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do these entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lely died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
No mention of it.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. It's in you to do something like this. Kill her. Physically, at least. You could pull the trigger if you had to.
What a coincidence.
Is it? Can you be sure? What if you are secretly being manipulated by La Puta Madre as you pursue this investigation? What if he wiped your memory on purpose?
There is absolutely no way this guy did that. Are you kidding me?
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I mean, you know that the Hardys would have had your back.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
What do you mean framed?
By the Hardy Boys? By Classier? By us?
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Alright.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel
Who do you think killed him then?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
But no one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Yeah. Can I boost my hand-eye coordination? I can. Good. All right. $9mm. Is one of these better than the other? I don't... You know what? Screw it. We're going in with both of them. There we go. Perfect. So I guess they wanted to make sure that you had a gun no matter what. Do I have a hand-eye coordination outfit? I don't think I do. Also, I can't... The only thing I can really change is the pants. Where's my other pair of pants? Whatever, I don't need moralist pants. Let's get out of here. We've already done enough damage to this part of town. You know? Let's go deal with this confrontation. Well, I guess 2 more confrontations. First and foremost, we have the shootouts. What's up here? So, yeah, I think we're going to finish Disco Elysium tonight, which means I'm going to have to find something else to play for Friday and Saturday. I've got an idea, but I'm not actually sure. I've got 2 ideas, actually. Let me just go over that right now, if anyone feels like weighing in. I've got the entire, well, most of the Metal Gear series, starting with Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. I don't know how many people actually, like, play those when they're going through the Metal Gear series. I think most people start at, like, Metal Gear Solid and then, you know, go from there, which is fine. It's whatever, right? But, I mean, I could start at the beginning. Or, if I don't do that, then I could do the Devil May Cry series. I think that might also be fun to explore. Ooh, what do we have over here? Polychromatic flowers. Pretty. We've almost made it back to the car. All those locusts are probably dead now. What a shame. Poor locusts, am I right?
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger.
What kind?
You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. Raindrops slip from the barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol.
Kim, there's danger up ahead.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
I'm ready to do this.
Be ready to take damage.
Oh, I'm ready. Unless they shoot me in the legs.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Wait, who's the fourth? Or there's three. I thought there was only two of them.
Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
Big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Alright. Stop, everyone. This is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
So which one is it? Who's right?
He is. I was wrong.
Pig, fuck!
Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did then?
It was someone else. Someone who's not here now.
How fucking convenient.
He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
She wasn't even there, dude.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
She's not. She's bleeding out. If she doesn't get help in 10 minutes, she'll die.
Fuck this!
Wait a minute, guys.
Cancel Lizzie! Now!
This is the best chance I got, I think.
Of course. Nothing
Are you
bad.
kidding me?
Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
Are you sure he's already shot one person?
Even better, it will further destabilize him, costing time and maybe even lives.
Feel like I got to know your dead friend during an investigation.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, Loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
That's not true. Things got a little bit better. Where's Clage? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Gart, what are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
I gotta go for it. I messed up. This was a bad idea.
A small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in the chest, producing a soft clicking sound in the armor. Like dice rolling, the kinetic energy of the 9mm front-loaded bullet is distributed evenly across the chest piece and into his hands.
Go ahead! Give it another try.
Sure.
Another soft
Dang
explosion, like a firecracker, goes off in your hand. Another soft click from the gleaming white cuirass.
They teach you to shoot the chest in Copland? Stupid fuck. Kill him.
I don't think you're gonna be able to.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves, you leap left.
Oh, heck yeah.
The swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
I cannot be killed. I have become immortal.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
All right. You got one out of this. Is there any shot we can save Titus? Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed then?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger. A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil. and the end. Here it comes. Death.
It doesn't matter. I had the armor on. The chest plate, at least.
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them.
So he actually did shoot me in the leg then.
You're bleeding out.
Kim, I lied about not remember. No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me.
Stay with me.
This is a stupid world.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. Almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion.
Oof.
You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Will I be a ghost now?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them. Scaring each other. Haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
No. Let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
No, we still have to solve the case.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
The good moans or the bad moans?
And rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
Sounds like the bad kind.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
That's what I'm saying.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The what?
It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Yeah. Whatever he said. It must be true.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Oof. Well, that's not great.
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The room. It's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How nice of him. He did that for me? How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Why did you say sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Ah. My gun, it's engraved on it.
Cops like it.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Good.
I think we may have held it off, for now.
Good.
Anyway, yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the Major, and successfully, a firefight ensued.
What happened then?
As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
Then what?
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
Titus is dead?
Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said no one wants to party with you. And you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
And the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
Huh.
there is
What do you know?
unveiled anger in his voice.
I mean, understandable.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties on the Union side?
6. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. And Titus. And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
She didn't make it?
No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
If I could have presented the theory better to the leader.
She never had a chance. She should not have been there in the first place. There was no way to convince them.
Maybe.
Stop this line of thought now. You're too broken for ghosts.
And that's an absolute disaster.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
That
Plus
sucks.
one. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
His
Nice.
smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
Oh boy.
Through tears and blood and stitches tearing, it should be possible.
Has anyone from my station been by?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vitmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't that strange?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen him, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
If not the station, who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
Okay. And that was a lot of casualties. We didn't save anyone.
Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
If only I found the last piece of armor.
How are you?
I feel fantastic. Let's rock.
He nods.
So what happens now?
I honestly don't know.
Good, because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Evrard. The harbor's in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You don't think that was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
So who killed him? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
This is because I'm a La Puta Madre peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
The Maybells, Kim. The flowers.
What?
This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
The footprints.
Yes. God cursed the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
An antique bullet from a Bell McGraw 4.46 millimeters. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet useless.
There's all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary
We
era.
could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
Nice.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs.
Let's check.
Plucked like a string by the gust.
Let's check her room one more time.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Hey, look, a working tape deck. Newly replaced glass. Look, the door's open. You can walk right into Kim's room. No bottles in the bathtub. What do you know? Damn, Kim, your room's small. Medicinal supplies in the cupboard. Yeah, that makes sense. Man, look at all this stuff we didn't get to. What a shame. What do we have here?
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping me alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Let's go. So I still can't unlock that door, but sure, whatever. Makes perfect sense, game. Do I have any more thoughts I can internalize? I've got one last one. Let's go. Up to Clage's room. Ouch, that leg's hurt. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. I don't think it'll be okay if I don't run. I think it's gonna hurt no matter what. She left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Seems like she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
What could it be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Well, some people are out to trap us. Any chance she took her pills with her?
The medicine cabinet is empty. Not even a toothbrush.
She did. Come on. Interesting. How
You
nice
see
of
the
her.
same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does this thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime, the island in the bay.
She trying to tell us the shot came from the island?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
How did she know to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
I think she's telling us she's sorry.
I find that hard to believe, but at this point, What difference does it make?
It's also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
For a second, he seems tired.
Maybe we need to go to that island.
He sees danger. Another trap, perhaps. He must be cautious for a reason. This man has decades of experience.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the net picker.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Man, she helped us out in the end after all. If only 6 people didn't have to die to get her there. I'll have to thank Gart for leaving that up.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was an honest effort. I was watching until it went down. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by. In the danger zone, so to say.
I'm always on the highway to the danger zone. He's not special.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Goodbye. Hey, you're still here. And not dead. Congratulations.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Can I, thank you. What do we have here?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Cindy.
This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for a masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Good for her, honestly. Oh, I'm still carrying my guns. I didn't realize.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
We've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
They're shutting you up. Silencing you. Don't fucking drop your guard. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Alice, this is Firewalker. Reconnect me to the 41st.
Right. Please hold.
10-4, come in. Firewalker, over.
I've successfully located my 9mm. It's on me now, and I won't lose it again.
10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
Jules, I've heard some people think of me as a La Puta Madre peon. Do you think I'm corrupt?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Does it mean people know that I'm a dirty cop? Because I am. I'm the dirtiest, most dangerous cop in Revachol. My reputation precedes me.
I hope you're joking, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there are always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are.
I'm sure I did at one point.
But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
That's all for now.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I was going to put the guns away. We don't need those anymore. Wait. Nope, wrong thing. Where's my pry bar? There's pry bar. Technically, it's Kim's pry bar, but you know, who's counting? Let's get out of here. We got a fishing village to raid. Surely she'll let us on our boat now. I think if I ever play this again, I need to actually look up where the pants are. Seems like it's kind of important. Either that or you just have to be better at not getting shot. I should have actually tried to dodge the bullet. Who knows? Maybe I would have rolled boxcars. Good evening, ma'am.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should see the other guys. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
I can't do it right now. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Okay.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
What's on that island? Nothing, just ruins. Used to be some fortification before the war, before the communards. Anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. Haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Do you know of anyone who has been there?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Got it.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Alright, be seeing you. Alright, I guess we're gonna go interview these kids again. Didn't end well last time, but you know.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
That's it? You're being laconic about it.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island out there, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's out there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Mm-hmm.
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Someone lives on there?
No.
No.
Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
I see. Do you know why?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
I'm going anyway. What are you gonna do about it?
A suspicious request made out of fear.
What's this about the lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
You know your father used to go to that island.
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't. I'm sorry.
Is that all you know?
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Alright. Bye, kids. Take care. Okay. So. Let's get to the boat. Are we ready to go, guys? This is the end of the game right here.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Well, what else is there to
Have
do?
you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast sad FM on the way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Get in and ride to the island. Blasting sad FM. This is sad music all day, every day. There's the church. I can't skip this, unfortunately. Anyway, so what's the word with all of you? I have not had much going on in my life, like, at all for the past, whatever, how long has it been? Mostly because I've been sick. Though I did have a weird craving for Dr. Pepper the past, like, week while I was sick. This happens sometimes, you know, just, you get to a point where you're like, your taste buds are half working, but something, just one something, it doesn't always, something tastes good. Like, I got a cold a couple years ago around Christmas time, and I had just started, like, baking Christmas goodies, and something that I make all the time around Christmas time is these, like, you fill a pretzel with white chocolate and then put M&Ms in the white chocolate.
Comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
And then, so like I make those every year, and sometimes they're really good, and sometimes they're just not the right vibe, you know? It's hit or miss, and it's always about vibes and never about flavor, because they taste the same every year. But that year, we couldn't get enough of them. At least I couldn't get enough of them. Like, I would just keep going back and eating more and more and more of them, and I had to end up making even more of them because I just ate them all, because they were the only thing that tasted good while I had that cold.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Anyone else know that experience? Anyway, this time it was Dr. Pepper.
Let's go.
Climbing out of the boats. Time to look around the island. What do we have here? Makeshift bridge. Bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. Rusted trains trail off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot on Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Ooh, smart.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From who?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Interesting. This world has just fascinating history. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black. Viscous. You know, they've also called me viscous. Intention. Inflammable. Unfortunate. I would have loved to flam it. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. No way to get up here. The stairs are gone. Unfortunate. Can I get over here, please? No? Really? Looks like such a simple step. But alas, I cannot make it. Whatever, let's go in here. What do we got here? Oh, wait. A lot of equipment here. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here. Medium distance, large caliber. Careful, the stairs have collapsed. Books, mostly fantasy and historical fiction. Dishes strained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Fallon, arrow or short. Shirt. What's this thing?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they need a generator.
Excuse me.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does it mean, a generator being here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl.
Alright. Ooh, can I nap in this guy's bed?
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner.
Ew, never mind. I don't want to sleep here.
Piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Do you think whoever slept here is...
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there.
I guess I am gonna sleep here.
Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until? You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Neat.
Sleep.
I thought he was only going to let me sleep for an hour or so. Not all day. I guess I needed it. Lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Let's go get away. Where's the exit? How do I leave? Where's the exit? Couldn't figure out how to get out of here. Oh, here's an exit. Go down to the chain, there's something there. Wait, you mean the chain on the other side? Walk into the water, now. You got it, boss. You see your footprints on the water. Can I keep walking? Further. Oh, this is a dream, isn't it?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
Hi. Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Hey.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm in my head. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Can you stay for just a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters.
Oh.
It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Seems unfair.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not.
But what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
So that's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Maybe. I think I've reached the end of the investigation.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
20 years? That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
Doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again?
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Let's try building communism twice. If it doesn't work, let's abandon it and be slaves forever instead.
Yes, of course. I'm bourgeois because I don't want to keep hurting you.
What went wrong when we tried again? I can do better.
I don't know. Please.
Why? Why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
Are you gonna let a little thing like that stop us?
She avoids turning them to you.
Like, wow, that cop's crazy.
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
I've been reading books. I've got lots of new ideas about ideology and capital.
That sounds nice, Harry, but I really don't want to argue about ideology with you right now.
This won't be an argument. It will be emotional and true.
You don't know what I found. There are these beautiful things that can happen. Mysterious, below matter even.
There was a time I would have loved to hear about them. I would have hung on every word. I would have made you feel smart, just, hopeful. But now is not that time. Now we are in hell, and in hell, there is only the aerodrome. And boring disagreement.
I bought you this figurine of a headless found rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then they don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
Maybe this revolutionary figurine, then? It's got a little musket.
No, please. Please don't give me anything.
Okay, I won't give you things, then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Excuse me.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
You're not kissing me back?
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
So that's it then?
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. You know what this means.
Is it mine?
Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Okay, I understand.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Maybe you shouldn't come back if you're gonna be like that. Let me dream about something else. Now we're awake for real. Get up, buddy.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Let's solve the case.
Are you sure you're okay? You
Yep.
thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound. Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
It was not a pleasant sleep. Oh. Will you stop walking in the way of my investigation?
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Does anything here stand out as unusual?
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Okay.
You do feel there's something you're not getting here, though. Oh well.
I've
The
never
print
been
in
good at
some of these
conceptualizing.
is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Well, they would have to in order to shoot the guy. What do we have here? Ooh, scarf. Alright, I got a new point. What should I put it in? It's the last point of the game. Probably. You know what? Screw it. Inland Empire. What do we have here? Great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We open the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Alright. What's in here? Ooh. Got some magnesium. Lots of it, too. Good. Undamages your morale. Hatch is jammed shut. What do we got here?
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
What's all this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, determine it here.
Could this open the door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Ooh, there's something in the step. Let's go. Man, they've given me so much magnesium, it makes me think that something is really gonna damage my morale. Firing slit, you can see inside. Open the blast door. I'm probably not actually going to be able to walk out onto the water, am I? winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of it.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all, and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
But it's so cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes, please.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week.
But I just dreamed about her last night.
No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
All right.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
This is as far as I can go, I guess. It's not gonna let me step in. Strange, I could do it in my dreams. Real things Harry probably is saying out loud to Kim right now. What do we got here? Direct hit must have taken out that chunk. Oh, this is as far as we go. Guess we gotta head back in and... Oh, there's the door. Alright, let's get back to work. We've got not a lot of time left, and I would really prefer to finish this game tonight, considering we are literally at the end. I just gotta go find some fuel. And we can power this baby on and get to the guy. But, you know, stop doing that to me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Needs to find the fuel. What's this? These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Well, 50-year-old tires are no good to me. Is there nothing over here either? Do I need to go back to the other side then? Was there something I missed? There must have been something I missed. Can make out the console and the blast door from here. There's got to be some fuel around here, right? Some way to power this on.
Old cylindrical.
Do I have to actually like try and use it for it and see it fail for me to go get fuel? That's dumb. I hate that.
The console is powered off and covered in dust.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it.
Yeah, I knew that.
Outside. There are barrels all over.
The boat engine.
Or we could get some from the boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The console stands by.
Yeah, we shouldn't steal it from the boat engine. You're right. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I say most of the things I say, honestly. But you know, it's what makes me such a lovable scamp, am I right? Everyone loves having Harry Dubois on their crew. Careful not to fall through. I'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Don't answer that. Anyway. Yeah, I'm I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Oh, now I can grab it, of course. Almost nothing inside. What a shame. Well, if that one's empty, well, there was none on the other side, so... Well, what the heck. And these barrels, I can't interact with them. Nothing over here. I think this game is screwing with me. Okay, seriously, where the hell is the last... I just need one barrel of good stuff. Of course, I'm not gonna find it, am I? We're gonna have to sail back. Our goal unaccomplished. Failures. Alas, it is our fate. It's our lot in life. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm looking it up. Find the fuel generator to open the blast door. Yes, please. How the heck am I supposed to get there? Okay, whatever. I guess we just gotta try. Hope for the best. Oh, I can go up there. Okay. Well, there you go. It looked like a cliff face. Weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Rochelle. Old medicine cabinet. Newly stocked. Don't mind if I do. And we got the fuel canister. What the heck?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper. Its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And so between the two...
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Well, there it is. We
You have
found...
line of sight to the window?
Yep. There's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see straight to the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I think even I could make this shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
Yeah, but 7 people are dead now.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Okay. Let's go. We got our fuel, so you feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. Well, I know where. We know where. Whatever, let's take care of this. Fuel her up. And then we can finish this.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor.
Pour it in.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull that rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Let's go. We can open this thing now. That's what we do. We open doors. And cans, apparently. They call me the human can opener for some reason.
Dim golden glow animates the console.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic, the blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Let's go. Time to finish this thing.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
Alright, let's go. Ooh, I got a new point. Let's see, how close am I to Oh, I'm not gonna internalize this before the end of the game. Alright, let's see. Let's get out of here. On to finishing our job. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Don't tell me what to do. What do we got here? Rubber dinghy. Deflated. Broken. Small white flowers blossom around you. Ah. So they were relevant to the case. I knew it.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Nothing.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is it a Belle McGrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out.
I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Cam, come on.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut.
The hieroglyphs are made of walnut or the forearm?
On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
This uses the ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
It's as he said.
No one said it has to be a Belle McGrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08.
Man, he's been out here for 50 years.
I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
How long have you been out here, man?
43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
So you've been out on these islands for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give it up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Gislain, people are walking. The gas street lights have already been switched off. Further inland, in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers. Men, women, children rushing. Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is rising. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
That's where I work.
Police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
Okay.
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Ooh, she's not coming back, dude.
Girl, child, revolution.
She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
So you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
Yeah, we all have a tiny bourgeoisie person in us trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
And then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground. Like the weakest of the weak. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night. And the sound of the rotors in the morning. Whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
I've always suspected the same.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
No, it's the perfect time. What are you talking about?
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Masovian revolutionary unit.
Rock and roll posturing.
How did you know it was rock and roll?
You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste Insulindian. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using the gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Go in straight.
Yeah.
No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Cornell? I know you wanted to.
The who now?
The corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Tear into him. Pile it on him. Everything you got on him. The more, the better. The gun. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Just one thing. The rifle does not have a scope.
One thing, where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope?
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
Well, you do still have the best interrupted sight line into that window from all of Martinez.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
I don't need your cooperation. We've got the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what?
Stop
divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We've got the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
All right, then I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
Okay, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Ah, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
What if I am, though? So, you know anything about the Maybells in the victim's window?
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
We got him, boys.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Clage. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Clage.
You know her, right? She was with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
What kind of boots you got there?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Heck. No. This is another loose thread you will never connect.
Goddamn footprints everywhere, I hate them.
The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Not now. Stop yourself.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling in a whirling rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Yeah, he was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
So you did kill him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then, a hot flash of rage almost carries the smile away. Some dark peace.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Duras, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Yeah, why were you looking at them?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
So how long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
Why do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
So you're the one who took that stuff?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
But it was empty. Are you sure you didn't take anything?
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
Moving on. Did you continue watching her?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Yeah, true.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You could see her bruises through the scope of the rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
He must have climbed to the roof, maybe.
How did you get close enough to see the bruises?
I have my ways.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling rags. Those were your footprints. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Thank God, the lieutenant is picking it up.
Yeah, because I sure didn't.
But that nook too?
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
Heck yeah.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in the hostel now after a good wash. They all think I'm an antisocial, a vagrant. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty then.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us here first. She must have figured out someone was watching her.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Shake it off.
On the platform,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to just be skipping everything now, but like,
and alcohol.
we're already half an hour past when I thought we'd be over.
Fading from your mind's eye. Across the water, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, made of grey cinder block houses with Eternite roofs, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder. Good luck, Harry, she thinks.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
You could get more out of him. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Alright, you're under arrest for the murder of the colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
We didn't say anything.
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting and mood swing. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then...
There's something you're not getting here that he's realizing.
But what?
Who watches over him there while I come back for you?
Something is happening. Stop.
Maybe I can just ask the net picker to watch him? Wait.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
What?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
Your skin crawls.
It's the Phasmid. Oh, it's massive.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Blink.
It's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There it is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
Kim, can you see
I
it?
can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. It's
Yes.
really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else, in a lower pitch.
This is the Insulindian Phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant... No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden... I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
It's afraid. Stop now.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the Phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Who cares what they think, Kim?
Understood.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. Slowly, with your breath...
Oh, that's a low roll.
Take 2
Luckily, I still succeeded.
Toward the Phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
It's wunderbar.
Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
Trash bins and boys?
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
Yeah, we already know that.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Is that me? I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I was born to detect you.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No. There is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
The bug's a communist! I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim. Take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The Phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
He got it.
For all time.
We got it.
Don't say it. Are you sure? This may be the only chance you get to touch it.
We got it, Kim.
A shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. As you're turning away, the Phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
We did it. We got the photo.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Yep. What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Yeah, but first I need to check this.
You've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
Don't think this helmet would have helped me anyway.
It would have looked very impressive. Still, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
At least now I'm invincible. Wait, does that mean there were no leggings? Well, that's lame.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid?
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
Yep.
The trembling.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to him?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the Phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke?
He couldn't see it, Kim. It was just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras?
No response.
Maybe it's how the Phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
You forget it's there.
Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He's been here a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
We found some interesting things in the nest.
He stares into the reeds. Your
Tap
words
the helmet.
don't stir anything in him. Nothing. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dras could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
What about the scope?
I lost.
You lost this?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a Magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dras. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dras.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Yep, let's go. So there was never a chance of, like, protecting myself from the shot fully, I guess. Lame. If I'd known that, I would have dodged. Even though there was a, what was it, 97% chance of failure? 98%? Something like that. I forget exactly what the odds are. I did the math on the rolls of a 2d6 once, just because, you know, powered by the apocalypse and all that.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
You get like a 1 in 36 chance of any particular result. So, actually, that reminds me of another thing. I've got a 36-sided die coming in the mail at some point soon. And it's got the 2d6 odds built into it, so like you can count the pips over any number.
The skiff rocks gently.
So it works as like a rolling a 36, but it also works for
is uneventful and quiet.
Like the 36 possible outcomes of rolling 2 6-sided dice.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
I think if I ever get the chance to be a player in a City of Mist game, I will be rolling that die.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws close. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Let's go. Further inland. She's not here. I can't ask her out on a date anymore. I've missed my chance.
I brought him. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it.
They'll never find it.
Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
The armor. No one else seems bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Now that you start thinking about it, maybe they were afraid of you.
Yeah, I'm a cop in an exoskeleton. What are you gonna do about it?
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's because I'm a rock star.
Vic, calm down.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Yes, you were out here with your son.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trond Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
Hi.
I've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Nice.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
So what's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
Okay.
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should...
Oh my god, dude. What's the point?
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Where have you been all this time? There's a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of train killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Sure it
Fuck
wasn't.
you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Why didn't you detect or die then?
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
You weren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true.
It
And
was.
Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you?
Yeah.
Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force?
So, what's this task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in on this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Okay, who's this person you mentioned?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
Yeah, that's probably wise of him.
Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
So what exactly do we do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The
Nice.
41st isn't...
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing.
Well, I didn't drive the boat.
All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
I do.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
Oh, never mind. I'm back in.
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church. A 2mm hole in the world.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think his other anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vigmare, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. and then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. Yeah, just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
You're welcome.
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got it right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the...
Yes, they can.
Not today, badge.
Behold, my badge.
And your gun?
My gun's right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
So what? I've had a little drink.
A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe. You smell like shit. You let a suspect escape, Harry. Glacier something. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagis. We know.
Not taking her hand was the right thing to do. She gave us a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect. The one who shot herself. In the head. Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now. Doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 9 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
Yeah, I know.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
Yeah.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the superstar. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
Yep.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He's even gotten involved in a highly theoretical underground reading group, which, again, for a police officer, is unusual.
How do you know about that? I literally never was with them when I was with you.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Amphetamine, mostly. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
And don't forget the time we stopped to play Settlers of Catan.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
Yeah.
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian Phasmid.
We definitely are.
The photo of the Phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the Phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
It's probably not connected per se, but the perpetrator knew of its existence.
So it is connected.
No, that's what I just... Were you not listening?
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
I also started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
That's exactly what I said. I reinvigorated the local nightlife.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
We have a strong motive for the killer.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Yeah.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronage.
Actually, I don't care.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory.
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
It was out of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man.
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma, too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's way more than that. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this stuff in cop school.
Masterpiece? Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Yeah, it was helpful.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it.
I literally haven't drank in 5 days.
Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
And we also found the dead man on the boardwalk.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
Thank you.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
Yeah, I got searching for him before anyone knew he was missing.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I also looked into the mystery of the Doom commercial area.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is.
All the buildings were going bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
I thought it might be relevant.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
So what do you say? You want to take me back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
And started a nightclub. Don't forget that.
So I have to. Jude?
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
But he's been drinking, she thinks. This is exactly how he gets out of this every time. It's bad for him, but...
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
Really?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before I was a detective.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
All the found sportswear I've amassed.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics.
No, those were the best moves the world has ever seen, Kim.
The incredible stamina outputs. Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
I see.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
So am I working for La Puta Madre?
No.
Because the suspects seem to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Oh, I see.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
Oh, well, too bad.
I told you it's not that bad.
Dang it. So we need to tell Lena about this, right?
Who is Lena?
The cryptozoologist. She needs to know that it's real.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine. If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
Thank you.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
So, Kim, what are you gonna do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do it from Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains.
No. I mean join... I mean join the precinct.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. I'm crazy enough. Can take the stress.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Alright, let's get a move on.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, A square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
What about the guy on the island? We really did do good work, you know? All things considered. Shake the man's hand. Oh. That's what we're doing. I see. That makes sense, too. Well, that's Disco Elysium, everyone. Thank you all for your participation in this over the past, well, I guess what, month at this point? Yeah. Anyway, so we've already gone way over the time that I normally do this. I don't even know if it's worth looking for a raid at this point. I think I'm just going to call it here. I'll see you all on Friday. We'll get back to work on our character, and then, I don't know. I guess I have to decide still. I don't know whether I'm going to play Metal Gear Solid next, or the original Metal Gear, or maybe I'll play Devil May Cry. We'll see. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's see. Is anyone live? Let's look through my people I've vetted for raids. Ooh, we got, let's see. Oh, I see. Kurome Arts. Someone I've actually not rated them before. Been meaning to check them out. They're playing Persona 5 Royal, so let's go do that. There's the raid phrase in chat if y'all need it. Be ready to copy and paste in place. Anyway, you've already heard way more of me than you needed to for tonight. I will see you all Friday. I don't know, maybe I'll run a poll on like Twitter or Tumblr or something. Not Twitter, Blue Sky or Tumblr or something to decide between the two games, you know? Anyway, bye. See you Friday. I forgot to hit the start raid button. My bad. We'll be back in a... Alright, goodbye for real this time.